me do that. Why isn't main command up? Anyway, so last time we got this rainbow triangle rendering. We did this by, here's main, did this by writing a program in Zig that will compile to a WASM. Any JavaScript that this is used will be automatically generated by Zig, so we don't have to write any of the connecting code ourselves, which is good. We just want to program in a systems programming language where we have control over where things are in memory very precisely, and then do stuff that way. I'm kind of forgetting why exactly this triangle is not rotating, because last time we definitely got it to do that. I'll try loading it again. I wonder if I slightly adjusted something. But anyway, yeah, let's just build it again. Zig build rainbow triangle. So I think the first thing I want to do today is clean up the, let's try this again, weird, okay, great, now it's moving. So the first thing I want to do is clean up, to tidy up this code. And then last year when we did our first go at all of this WASM stuff, we made a bunch of examples, two examples on GitHub. The code for these was extremely messy. The way that we were drawing, the particular geocores we were doing are not the ones I like the most or the ones I think are the most intuitive. And so I want to basically tidy up the rainbow triangle code and then simplify that code, since this example is actually more complicated than both of these, to just produce these again. Then we will tidy up this repo and then make another example if there's time, which there may be, to just render a texture within the WASM. Since we've written a custom image decoder for the simple .qoi image format, we can embed an image within the QOI, embed an image within the WASM, use our embed our decoder code within the WASM, and just have all of this being done within a single thing in the browser. Okay. So we should just add some kind of header to this first. Okay, so we can use a similar header that we did for our sliding puzzle game. would have been in main. We'll just say, yeah, this is like a simple yeah, an example of how to render a triangle in a rainbow. Let's put my keyboard. Rainbow triangle in WebGL. Where basically from almost entirely within a .wasm file, then we can say any JavaScript like this isn't like what we're doing is we're doing it within Zig, from within like by essentially without having to write native JavaScript code, and instead sort of calling HTML.js functions from within Zig when okay. Okay, so this part here we need to adjust. So we want to do build this example with the command zig build rainbow triangle. Like we can build this with standard optimization flags, right? Yep. So in particular, it'd be interesting to see just what the differences are in this case. So let's see, we did if we launched the new file pilot here. Like rename this to like old. So yeah, this old WASM that gets produced is 64 kilobytes. But let's say we compiled this instead with optimizations on. What's the difference? Why on earth is this a bug with file pilot? Why on earth is it not showing the size? Is it 0? No, okay. This is a bug that we may not file for file pilot, so hopefully someone else will. Okay, but it's like less than half the size, and it would be faster. Once we launch it again. Okay. Yeah, run the structure of the project to be at minimum 0.13.0. We should probably like put in this requires a zig compiler of at least version 0.13 available. It can be like, it can be easily and freely downloaded from downloaded app, and then we'll just put in ziglang.org. It should be downloads, right? Just download. Okay, this is not the place where we want to put this just yet. Okay. Since this project is heavily reliant on the Zig JavaScript bridge library, we should definitely mention that in here. Using the Z JavaScript bridge library. Using the library, using the library. Using the library makes it possible to call HTML, like JS functions from within Zig when needed. And then to sort of, to run the example, then we should just say where the files get moved. This sort of creates a static web page in zig out bin. To run the web page, spawn a server from within, a web server from within .zig out bin. For example, with the say like with Python via Python HTTP server, and then access the URL localhost. It was 8,000, right? Yeah. And then your web browser. This code like heavily relies on it's got redigs, Zig, JavaScript, bridge, bridge library, available at this example and others. But, okay. So that's fine. So then let's clean this up. This is going. Actually, having this rotating on the side it's a bit distracting. It's better if the entire screen's like this. Okay, so yeah, get the standard library, get JavaScript bridge. So here I want to change the name of some of these. Do I actually use panic at all? No. Get rid of that. Do we use alloc at all? No, everything. Get rid of that as well. Do we actually even use pi? Yeah, we did for this oscillating value, but we're not actually including that here, so we can get rid of it. Globals. I wouldn't really say this is shader stuff. You could even just remove this. We cannot just embed these constants into the WASM, but do we use all of these? Definitely use float. Do we need to use the color bit at all? Okay, we need that. To that. What about depth? I'm not exactly sure why we need to call this like depth test and equal. Because we didn't need to do this with pure OpenGL. Even when we had our clear color, for our render, it was basically just set the clear color and then clear it, and that's it. And then we just began binding everything. So I'm wondering if we even need a lot of this. Certainly this part here, we made this a global, so we don't need this. Yeah, I do wonder if we just say we comment all of this out, do we still get an example that works? So let's say we did build the triangle again. Okay, I think that's done. This is like, this looks a bit weird. Okay, maybe it is. Let's say we change the color so that it's like the background's more red than something else. Okay, yep, that's working. So all of this stuff can go. So if we're culling this, then there's no need to set a lot of this stuff. So we need the clear color bit, but not the depth buffer bit. We absolutely need this float. I don't think we need depth test. Do we need GL equal? No. What about this color buffer bit? Yeah, of course. Float, what about array buffer? Like, almost certainly, yeah. Yeah, need static draw. So I think these are the only 4 we actually need to set. Okay, so if we check out GL, we can get all of these. Okay. Since we're down in animation frame, we may as well tidy this up a bit. So then this one here we can say render the background. Render the background color. Make this 0.2. Okay, and we're saying set the time uniform in the fragment shader. Not that it makes that much of a difference, but I kind of don't like in general like interspersing these like GL calls with Z calls in the WASM. We just get the time in as an F32, then select the location, and then update it. Spot here where we're like using the program, it also feels like a weird place to call it. I've always been unsure of when you actually need to call to like use the program in relation to like uniforms in it. Like, can you set them independently? Do you need to call it to use it and then update it? Do you update it before and then call it? It's unclear. So why don't we search OpenGL, set uniforms, set shader uniforms before or after use program. How many tokens do we have left? Okay, so someone on Stack Overflow seems to think you have to use it first. Oh, there's something called GL Program Uniform. Yeah, I didn't know this existed either. Okay, what's GL Program Uniform doing? Still seems like we need the location though. What does this person say? Okay, granted this was quite a while ago, but they said it's in the GL 4.1 and then attempting to set a shader's uniform without first using the shader program. I realized I needed to use the program before setting its uniform. Yeah, so we'll just, I vaguely remember this being like the standard thing to do somewhere anyway. In some sense, it's useful to have these as constants, but I think most people know what the draw arrays command does. Okay. compile this again. Okay, that's behaving. So let's go back to reading through the code. Okay, so a lot of this stuff can be simplified. None of that needed. Depth test not needed. What was the order we had this stuff in? GL, array buffer, static draw, color buffer bit, triangle. Definitely store this, and then, but we don't use last timestamp seconds, so we can get rid of that. We use both log and log string. Okay, and then for main, init the clock, init the web GL context. Set the constants. Maybe just like get. Init the shaders. Init shaders, I feel like compile shaders is a more appropriate name. So I hate to step. How are you using write for write JS for web GL? Yeah. So I'm doing this via. Yes, it's been a while. Sorry. Nice to see you again. So yeah, this is rendering. I'll just like show like the HTML code and then so you can see it. So here. So all of this was basically automatically generated with like the Zig build script. Stuff is like copied into, and the only two things that the only two JavaScript is calling is this Zig JavaScript bridge extract. All of this is automatically generated by Zig in the Zig build system, and then this minimal script.js. Almost all of this is as well like copy and paste. The only thing it's doing is like fetching the WASM. So like Zig's making the WASM, and then otherwise automatically all of this other stuff, minimal stuff is generated. And then in terms of how I'm actually doing that, I'm just using Scott Redig's a JavaScript bridge library. Yeah. So yeah, if you go to Scott Redig's GitHub page, yeah, basically like the top left popular repo is Zig JavaScript bridge. Using this. Yeah, I messed around with a little bit before too. Yeah, I'm finding it's really the fact that all of this is just automatically generated. I don't need to touch it. Is incredible. It was really good. Yeah, I'm not even gonna like read this to understand this at this stage. It's like, if the need arises, I will. But yeah. And yeah, the main aim of this is that I'm not it's like there's two aims. The first aim is that I made a very simple like sliding puzzle game in using just a pure like OpenGL and using like two Zig game dev libraries, like an OpenGL wrapper and then a wrapper for GFLW. Got this working, and then I want to get this onto itch. So like a couple streams ago, I experimented with like the itch dashboard options, and I need to like activate JavaScript on here, but yeah, basically on it you can, when I like compress all of this static website as a zip file and then upload the zip file to itch, this is what happens. And yeah, I'm deeply unsatisfied with the standard for like games on the internet to have like super long like loading times. Yeah, there was some like there've been many sins committed. Yeah, it's like there was the one I clicked on, like this one for instance. Like you click run the game, and like the first thing that happens is this like freaking loading bar. Like no, like these games are simple. They should be able to load immediately, basically. Like they shouldn't take that long. So yeah, so in terms of the port, the first thing I wanted to do is just get a decently complicated, like a shader that is doing something other than just running a single fragment shader, which is what this is doing. So we've been successful in that. Yeah, like of course, like the rotation's being controlled by like a uniform, and then in terms of like the actual fragment shader, all it's doing is just setting the color that we kind of pass into it. But figuring out it took so long, figuring out how to get pass in two attributes. Really easy thing to do in pure OpenGL when you just say in the shader, this is the location of number one, this is the location of number two. A bit harder in WebGL, but we got it working. In particular, when we actually having to set up these array buffers, it is possible to it's possible to say like enable vertex like attribute of 0, do all of this, enable 1, do all of this, but these ones and the zeros have to actually be specified before the program is linked. And so yeah, once you compile the fragment shader and the vertex shader, we then have to say like bind attribute location a pos to like position 0 and then a color to position 1, and then link it, and then it's fine, and then we don't have to look up this stuff. I always like found the idea of like having to like look up the memory addresses of these uniforms, like no, not even of uniforms, but like the uniforms I understand, but like the vertex attribute's a bit silly when yeah, you should just like you kind of know you know what these things are advanced, because you're like you have to like specify all of the byte layout. So yeah, so I'm basically just like reading through this to simplify it before cleaning up all of the previous stuff I've done with this. The first time we got something like this rendering, it was just using like some WebGL tutorial, and that did things in a certain way that I don't like. So I'm just turning it into the style of programming I like. In summary, but yeah, it feels wild that like barely like a year has passed since I like started using Zig like properly, and now I'm just like, yeah, this is what I don't want to touch C again, don't want to touch C++ again. This is I feel like I'm confident with the language, and yeah, it's difficult to say that for similar new systems programming languages like Rust. So, no shade to Rust, but you can learn Zig and you become confident in Zig very quickly. Rust, not so much. Okay. So yeah, init clock. Got that. WebGL context. Probably for these things we shouldn't just have like magic numbers here. Probably here. So we want to say, or what even is the data type of these? Are we passing in floats or like ints? What canvas dot width? Okay, positive integer, so a U32 hopefully. Okay, let's like make this smaller just to like check that it's working. Make it like 200. We don't want it so small that we don't see anything. Oh, okay. Expected U32. Okay, so maybe when it says positive integer, the data type's actually an I32. This did compile, right? Yeah. Where are we? Okay, yeah, that's working. Okay, and then shouldn't we also, I guess not that it matters to like release the object here, but I feel like I think we can defer it here. No. No. Okay. Okay, let me get these constants, then okay, then the compiling shader part. So this is something where maybe we could, I don't think there's any need to factor it out now since like it's not like we're compiling more than one vertex shader and more than one fragment shader. Oh, all of these constants can be factored out. We should do that. Okay. Yep, and then in the globals, have them here. And then let's see, variable, and all of these are active. I mean, isn't programming so much nicer when you know the types of everything? Okay. Okay. Okay, so then, yeah, then we need to compile these shaders. So, instead of setup, I think like compile vertex shader is a better description. Vertex shader source. I wonder if this should. I think vertex shader source is fine. So yeah, make shader. The way we did it in the sliding puzzle was, I think, more to my liking. So in that we said compile the shaders. Okay, we did. This was wrapped in a function, but you kind of tried to do the operations in parallel as much as possible. Not that it's actually in parallel, but just in terms of the way to think about it. Like we just made both shaders at the same time and then the source location. This is the way I prefer to think about it. So we'll do the vertex shader source and the fragment shader source handles. Then create the vertex shader and the fragment shader. I also think just in terms of like iCache usage as well. I think it's just running like the same instructions, so it should be faster. Not really measurably faster, but actually you could measure it and not significantly faster, but like, why not? Okay, and then what's this like shader source? What's GL shader source doing? Oh, okay, you have to like, you're basically telling the shader, I'm going to be like, this is some metadata about the file, about the shader file. Did we have to do that in the sliding puzzle? Oh, we did. Okay, yes. Make the shaders let's just get the sources of them at the same time. Then compile them. Then we want to check that they're okay. How do we do this part in the sliding puzzle? If not geo.true. Then link them. That's not that important. Check to see that the vertex and fragment shaders compiled. Try and link the vertex and fragment shaders. It should be like note before we need to manually choose the locations for the vertex attributes, otherwise the linker chooses for us. Let's see, for example, that. We call those and then we link it, and then check that the shade. Okay. So yeah, let's check this is working and save it if it is. This seems fine. I'm always so like paranoid that it's not. Yeah, let's just like change the color of this temporarily. Okay, it's fine. So let's do what's saved? Okay, git status you polygon cleaning out rainbow triangle example. Okay. Okay, so nearly done. We just need to 3/4 of the way there, at least of the code stuff. And then, yep, then once this is done, we will start to modify the build system so that, well, like we want to just recreate the we just want to recreate the blinking window example and actually we might just like immediately port this to, we might just immediately move this over to the older example and then just start building and replacing the stuff from there. But to finish this one first. Okay, so here we should at least make it clear what the data layout here is doing. And so we're doing xpos, ypos, RGB. This data view that we have no idea what data view is in JavaScript, nor do we want to find out. I'll create what seems to be the web geo version of a VPO. Yeah, we can. We can look this up again. Geo.create buffer. Oh, this is a big specification. October 2024. Working draft. Is this the only page? I am kind of shocked this is all fitting in one page. Okay, buffer objects. Anyway, it's this is a comment. What should we say here? we should at least use this number. So yeah, create a WebGL buffer. Similar to GL gen buffers. Okay. Where's main? Okay, let's do that, then TP data object. Set the VBO attributes. We should probably note here that this is, we have set these locations. This is like this vertex attribute number, vertex attribute point. Like one of the reasons I wasn't looking at this WebGL specification before is because I thought it was like 500, like 1,000 pages. I am shocked it's like the single page. We should have been reading this all along. This is better than the Mozilla documentation. Okay. GeoUI index. So there's even like a man page. Except that some of these links do not work. Disappointing. So the index size. No, the sort of index was set like, yeah, we're like, we're specified at link time just before like linking the shaders. Linking the vertex and fragment shaders. Hello, C Films. Yeah, I'm going well. yesterday was a getting to this point was tested my patience, but we got there. Yeah, currently I'm just cleaning up the code that has done this, and then going to be cleaning up even more code from that, and then eventually getting over to porting stuff. So ZJB is a Zig library by Scott Redig, known as the Zig JavaScript library. Oh, this version here is like, okay, this is the one here I'm using. Zig JavaScript bridge. And yeah, it just basically allows me to write Zig code. All the Zig code will get turned into a WASM. This allows you to call JavaScript functions from within the WASM. But also, what's this version? Access the it may be useful for me to check this one out some other stage. In either case, working out how to do it in this example will make any subsequent stuff like that easier. Oh, you do data visualization, cool. What kind of data do you visualize, and what kind of tools do you use? Okay. Done. Okay, so now this is cleaned up. So now it's just, I don't otherwise see a way of improving this. So okay, so that's just the animation frame, and then we're kind of done. Why am I calling this with the C calling convention? Do I have to do that? You've used many different tools, okay. I've used the one I guess I've had to use the most, not had to, but the one I've used the most is GNU plot, which from memory is like actually different to like GNU, but I've used this like a bunch of times. Yeah, this stuff just allows like plotting heaps of data, data of the sizes that other programs struggle with. I found it's been ages since I used it. So yeah, we've got background color. So I'm calling this shader program, but it's probably better to be a bit more specific with what actually this is. Well, it's more like the website I've used vanilla CSS or chart.js. I've certainly written some vanilla CSS for my website, but I've never, or at least for websites in the past, and chart.js, I've never heard of that before. Yeah, shader program should probably be a bit more specific. Maybe like color vertex shader. shader program, color vertex, shader program. The code's a bit more verbose, but it's like, now it's clear what it's doing. Yeah, that still compiles. That still seems to be working. Yeah, set the stuff. The spreadsheets I've used Excel or Google Sheets. Yeah, I mean, yeah, even Excel is, how long has Excel been around for? I want to say 40 years. Maybe it's been longer. Oh, I was off by 1 year, 39 years ago. Good job. Certainly in previous lifetimes I've used both of those. Okay, this looks cleaned up to me. So yeah, let's save this. Not zig diff, git diff. Git commit. Finish cleaning up rainbow triangle example. You've also used specialized programs for data visualization. Yeah, I would imagine yeah, like there's so many things as humans we measure and try and capture and try and visualize, and yeah, I don't even know, like, if I had to estimate how many different programs there are for data visualization, I don't even know I could do that. Like, it would easily be more than 1,000, but probably even more than like 10,000. I wonder if 100,000 is a bit too much. But yeah, it's a big number. Oh, ArcGIS. Oh yeah, ArcGIS that's a classic. Oh, how long would, if I had to guess how long that's been around for, I would say like 30 years. Off by 5 years, 25 years ago. Okay. Okay, so now we've done this, we now want to start massively cleaning up the original repo that will contain these examples. So, also calling this calling it main.zig is fine for the moment. So yeah, what do we want to do? So we want to go to the zig zig WebGL WASM examples. And yeah, this is the stuff we're going to want to replace, or just add to, well, adjust. How should we go about this? Before we do any of like the license stuff, let's just get stuff building with the new like dependencies and the new example in here, and then we'll remake the fractal and the blinking screen example from our tidied up example. Get that going. So, okay, let's rename this like build old. Oh, this is where, okay, this is where I should use like the new feature of File Pilot where you can like rename things en masse, but, aha, I can do it, great. Okay, and then, I don't exactly know what the git ignore would be ignoring, but we can delete that. Delete both of those. Get rid of zig out. Why the source in here? The zk you can go. The GIFs we want to keep, but both of these old and yeah, that's fine. So now copy everything over, and actually we should first of all clean up stuff in I need Abner's new terminal. I need Ghosty to be ported to Windows. It's so slow. CD prop port. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Okay. Okay, so now now we want to start cleaning up. We want to like port the whatever's in this old build script to the new one. So build old.zig. Okay. Oh, we were doing a lot of stuff here. Bigger than I remember. And we should note how this was modified from the scotready file. Let's copy that over here. Like the font size needs to be small to fit on the screen, but I don't like it when it's this small. Okay, so maybe I should just read through this first to like figure out what's happening, and then the older one over here. Yeah, I remember ArcGIS, like I've never really used ArcGIS, but it's, at least in any significant capacity, it seems so powerful though. Is it, how open source is it? Developed by Esri. %40 market share. It's becoming a monopolist. This is cool. 4,000 people. None of these seem to be open. Oh well. In the future. Okay, so yeah, let's just read the build files. Yes, yeah, so all of these the optimize here is standard. Directory. Where is this being used? We should just go back and forth between them. I feel like this is the same over here as well. We did want to change this eventually. We want to change this so that it goes into a separate example as well. That's going to be... I don't want to do that today, but we should do it eventually. Dependency. What even is the best order for like doing this stuff? Build options from the command line. Then we also have it here. Dependencies from zig.build, build.zig.zon. Put a space there. Okay. Then we have our example. Our dynamic equals true. Okay, not sure what that's doing. But before we do any of this, we want to generate this. The executable that will do this stuff. Did I have this comment? Generate JS. Seems like it's been simplified. Wait, is it? Oh, maybe this is like. Since it's a ZJB artifact, this is probably generated in the build script for the dependency. Let's see. Yeah, it is already in here. Okay. Cool. Don't need to really touch that then. Likewise, I guess the module is, yeah, we don't need to, yeah, we don't need to do that. All of this stuff is already in the other one. Okay. So same kind of files. Yeah, it's like WASM 32 freestanding. We're adding the import module, disabling the root entry. Okay, then there's this like extract blinking. seem to do something similar here. So can this run artifact? I almost want to like insert the name of the example in here somehow. If only so that like there's a way in the file name of keeping track of which of these generated JavaScript files do what. But I think the better option is just to change it so that it goes into a different directory. But I guess this is okay for the moment. I feel like we're going to have to look up the directory thing at some stage, and so we may as well do it now, even though I don't want to. Even though it's painful. Zig build system guide. So there's some example in here where stuff gets moved into separate folders. Perhaps we can tell from one of these. Or not. All of that. This is more what we want. Okay, this is with the override prefix option. We want like a separate, we want to rename binary to the name of the project. Which that should be straight, in theory that should be straightforward. Maybe not updated, but I feel like I can remember an example here where just a bunch of folders are generated. Maybe this one, build for multiple targets to make a release. Yeah, this is what we want. This is what I remember. So we want to figure out what's happening here and then add it to the current build system. Override okay. Okay, so in the install artifact, in like the option struct we pass in, we specify the destination directory as being an override, and then I think this should just be a string. Okay. So Zig triple. Okay, so in this part, so the dir here is this thing at the beginning. We can probably get rid of it. It does appear in here. Okay, let's instead say constant rainbow triangle dir is equal to well, like, why is this .bin? Is this just returning a string in the build system? I'd kind of be surprised if standard .build. Where is this? Is this in software? Zig. Oh, it's not. Huh? Okay, Zig 13. And the standard lib. It's a faster way of doing this. No freaking Microsoft. Everyone bear grab. So we just want install directory, or maybe even just like can we say bin equals? No. Oh, okay. It's actually a union enum in build. Okay. Line 2458. Okay, so yeah, that's why I was like, how could this like be a string but also like some other option? Okay, so yeah, we want it to be custom. So in this case, if we actually just specify that to be custom, then we probably don't need the override. We could just specify it specifically and say destination directory equals the thing. Standard.build.install directory dot well, I guess we would need to specify this is dot custom equals this. But there's a better way of doing this. Equals dot custom. This feels better. Okay. So then with that, we can do whenever the dir appeared. We kind of still need the override, but this time we call it the rainbow triangle dir. Likewise, down here when we are when we're doing this install directory, we're putting this in the rainbow triangle directory. Install, what's install subdirectory? It's fine for the moment. Okay, so let's then try this. Let's remove everything from, so we have removed well. Clear the zig out, clear whatever's in the zig cache. Okay, it doesn't exist, whatever. And then we want to zig build rainbow triangle. And there are spammers on Twitch. How annoying. Like every single bloody stream I have to do this. Every stream. Like, why isn't like one of the top buttons here blocked? So silly. Okay. So 14 is an error. Right. Use of undercloud identifier, duh. Okay, add in store file with duh. Extract rainbow triangle out. Rainbow triangle duh. Okay. Great, so now zig out is a rainbow triangle directory, and within that stuff, don't know why like script.js tilde is there. I know why. Look at all these crappy artifacts in here. It must be like when we're copying when we're copying a bunch of the source files, there must be like an extra tilde file in there. I guess when we're copying stuff from rainbow triangle static. Yeah, there's the stupid file. Okay. So now if we clear zig.out and then build it again, and now go into zig.out, rainbow triangle stops there. Yeah, if we launch Python HTTP server from here, it should just build as usual. Great. Okay. So we've done this to do. Output directory names. .wasm build. I'll say like, yeah, .wasm build options. Then okay, then all of this stuff here is there any way of like automating this? I wonder. Go to build old. What did we do? There's a lot of repeated code between this blinking option and the fractal option. It's like, it would be ludicrous to like copy and paste the same code like 5 times or how many different times for the examples. We should be able to make like a meta function that does this, perhaps. Like we can do comp time for the build, so like I'm pretty sure, right? Like if we do like if we just add in a compile log and then try building it, the project. So we should have a separate yeah, we can just do comp time in that. It's like, it's a Zig file, just like any other thing. That's the power. We're not writing like CMake with like whatever random programming language rules are in that. So we can do, yeah, we can make like a meta function that will do all of this stuff, but insert the relevant strings in places, like insert the string, maybe it like, paste that string in, paste that string in. Everything else here is exactly the same. This thing, it would have to, some of these names. These are local variables within this like function, it would be fine. As that would be, so that's fine. That would be given by the meta function. That needs to be changed, but that would just be given by the meta function as well. The dir here, well, this is just a struct, so comp time knows it. that we could define within it. Okay, I think, yeah, we should define a we have to think about this a bit. Because we're basically just like defining a graph in this, and then the build runner will take that graph and then go, right, let's use this to build it. So, I can't think of anything wrong with just defining like a fixed array where, like everywhere, where in that we're basically like storing all of these executables that we make. And then it may actually be easier just to define some like small local functions. Like in this, you can just say like, this struct here, for instance, you could just say like, make like WASM options, and then you just pass in the string, and then all of this is made, and then you can just say rainbow triangle is this, and then this, and then this, and this, and this, and then this thing. This way, we're not doing anything too wild with the script. So that would at least reduce this to the same number of lines as each WASM we're building. What about this stuff? We could honestly just group all of these in a line as well. But this kind of stuff should be done in a for loop. We could just do this with an array. We can just make an explicit, once we generate all of these, we can just have an array that just keeps track of them. We can just say go through the array, add those options to everything. And then, but I think we should save this first. We've already made a lot of changes. Yeah. Don't need that. Don't need that. Otherwise, I think we want to add everything in here. Hey Digimali boy, what's up? Started like, let's say like added rainbow, triangle, example, begun sort of cleaning up examples, dependencies, build script. Okay. I don't, surely we like, surely we can just push this to GitHub. Working on design. Oh, what kind of designs? Game design? That's one of my favorite designs. Even though the game design in any game is like, if it's like the overall concept, it's like 0.01% of the work on the game. And then the level design is like 10% and the rest is just programming. At least in my experience. Okay, so let's do, in here let's make something that's going to create this struct, but with the string we want inside of it. Okay, so where do we want to do this? Fn make WASM build exe options. So in this we want to take in a string. May as well make it. Have I used the new web GPU API? No. I'm currently just using like the WebGL. So in let's see, where is it? In this rainbow triangle example. When we like initialize the WebGL context, you can see like I'm saying like get the document, then get element by ID, the canvas. I'm then calling this WebGL. This string here, WebGL, would be I think WebGL2 if I'm doing the if I was to use the new API, but I'm not. You have many projects with 3.js. I'm not a fan of programming in JavaScript. That's why I'm doing everything in Zig. The code that's running this triangle is extremely simple. The web page itself is just 14 lines. All of this JavaScript code automatically generated, and everything is being done within this WASM. I make the WASM, generate everything else, and then I can stand back and not have to worry about the latest changes in the JavaScript ecosystem. But back to the build file. So like the current, in terms of like motivations for why I'm doing it this way, I created a simple sliding puzzle game. This thing here, that's just in OpenGL, and so similarly, in the same way that there's a single, if I like move this, in the same way that this entire thing is being driven by this single WASM, I want to turn this puzzle game here into a WASM, and then just replace triangle.wasm with sliding puzzle game.wasm, and then have it as a web page. And once I do that, I'll then have like a completely static website that isn't calling anything else on the internet, and will then enable me to upload the game to itch, and then you'll click play, and then in the same way that like this like fractal is being generated and is on itch, the game will be on there as well. Because yeah, I found, like, I've been programming for quite a while. I found that there's nothing more annoying than having to go to a project that's like 7 years old and like update things because like variable names have changed. I'm like, no, if I like when I make the game, I want to not have to touch it again. And this is the way in which I can do this. So yeah. But for the moment, let's make this function for this. So we're passing in a all of these strings were like knowing at comp time anyway. So comp time string, which is a all of these names will just be ASCII, so they can just be bytes. And here is where we want to look up the type of whatever I want to learn shaders in deep. Yeah, shaders, really fun. Could highly recommend it, doing so. Lots of people say like shader toy is great in terms of like seeing what's out there. I'd actually recommend another program known as like CodeLight. This basically enables you to just like adjust shaders kind of like immediately. So with this, for instance, I could just say like set the first color of this fragment shader to be like 1. It tells you what all of the like syntax errors are immediately. Let's see, this should be like 1. So say I wanted to make this the background like yellow, I could just, yeah. Or say I wanted it to be magenta. And then it's just like, oh. Okay. Thanks for letting me know the stream is lagging. Okay, looks like it's back up now. Yeah, whenever I seem to launch Shader Toy, the stream lags. But what is it now? It's fine now. But yeah, I think Shader Toy is the way, is a more efficient way of experimenting with shaders than on shadertoy.org, in my experience. So yeah, so here we want to return, well, we need to look up what the actual return type is. I'll say constant, whatever the type is equal to something, and then we'll return exe options is equal to this. Okay. And then here's where we want to basically copy everything in here. But instead of rainbow triangle here, this will be the string. So this should be called the like WASM name. Then the path here should be maybe like example name is better. And in terms of the path, we want example name concatenated with main.zig. All of those are the same, all of those are the same. Okay, so what exactly is tiny font time? What exactly, no, this is, we can split the screen in another way in which we can still read it. Yeah, what is the type that the add executable is returning? Let's see. Add executable. executable options. Can we not access build.zig? Zig 13 lib standard build.zig comment. Executable options. Okay. Yeah, this contains the gigantic list of things. So the data type for this should be standard.build.executable options. Okay, and then we can try applying this now. So now we can say add triangle. Let's just comment this out. Okay, and then here we want to replace this with make WASM WASM build options rainbow triangle. Okay, now we can try and build this. Zig build rainbow triangle. Okay, looks like that did build it. Oh no, this is. We want to go into the new the Zig. The examples here. Okay, now we're here. Okay, good. I was like, that shouldn't have just compiled. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Undeclared option WASM name, yeah, because it's example name. Use of undeclared identifier b.path. I mean, these are pointed as standard build, so this is just a function within it, so we can just call this standard.build.path. Likewise, target is all of these things is standard.build. I think it should be fine. Use of undeclared identifier optimize. Oh, this we don't know at comp time. But like we are passing this, in some sense we should know when this is at comp time since we're passing it in onto the command line. So I guess there's actually we can just pass this in as a as an option. Option is something, and then we'll have to look up what that is. So what was it? Executable options. standard.built-in.optimize mode. Okay. Standard.built-in.optimize. I can spell optimize mode. Okay, so then down here when we call to build the rainbow triangle, we can just say optimize, having done it up here. Yeah, and it's the order with which to put this stuff, like it doesn't matter, but it feels like it does. Okay. Expected 2 args, found 1. Oh. Yeah, okay. Okay, another way to go about this would be to just include this as a function within build, if we can do that. This, oh, okay. Well, I'm kind of surprised. This is. I guess the root source file does need it, since it would be relative to where we're building this. Maybe it's better to just define this as some kind of, to put this function elsewhere. Because I kind of want it to be separate from main, but maybe we just pass it in. This way we also can get rid of the optimize mode as well. So here we want to say, yeah, B is just a pointer to standard.build. And then so then can just simplify this a bit. The optimized mode here is now b.standard optimize option. And now for resolve target query, we can just yeah, we can just say b.resolve target query and then not have to pass in this. But this means that over here, we then want to say we just pass in beta. Okay. Expected something after argument. What? Unused local constant optimize. Right. No field named executable options instruct build. Line 6. Okay, we'll go back to standard dot build dot executable options. Okay, that seemed to build. So let's clear the cache, clear Z out. We'll adjust the rainbow triangle example so that, what's the color? We'll make it like super blue, and we'll see if it works. So that's building. So we want to go into documents, the Zig, WASM, examples. And Zig out, there should be rainbow triangle, great. And then spawn HTTP server, and load it again. Aha, good. It is building, fantastic. So now we can avoid a huge amount of code repetition by just calling the function we wrote several times. So we're going to have, soon we're going to want to create a blinking screen. We're going to recreate the blinking screen example. Why am I renaming it like this? And we're going to want to recreate the fractal example. Replace rainbow triangle with blinking screen. And then replace rainbow triangle with a fractal. Whoa. It's more like a Julia set. Well, Julia sets are fractals. Okay. How's the stream going? Not lagging just yet. Okay, and then we haven't yet made these, so we will comment them out. I don't even need constant. Come on, create build options for the WASMs. So likewise, it's this is like this isn't just a like a static fractal though. It's like a it's changing. So we should call this like changing fractal. And then okay, likewise we want to do for this one, change rainbow triangle to blinking screen, and for this one, change it to fractal, and then change it to changing fractal. Okay. But these are going to have to be commented for the time being. Okay, now we can get rid of this. Okay, and now we'll kind of need to create the make it like loop over and make it, I'm the one writing this, I don't know what I mean by make a loop. And then let's save what we've done so far. How is Zig coding language? I think Zig is the second best programming language I've ever used. I really like it. And it's not even done yet. By the time it's done, it still may be the second best. But it may be the best. I really think it's quite something. Okay, the build script is still compiling. So yeah, let's add this in. Let's say yeah, started simplifying the build script. Yeah, I really like Zig. The fact that Zig comes with a build system that is written in the Zig language is, I don't really know any other languages that do that. Well, it may be Rust, but okay, fine. Aside from like Rust and Zig, don't really know any others. The fact that it's standard, like that the compiler is self-hosted means that if you run into like a really big bug, which is actually a compile bug, you can figure it out. The fact that the standard library is like accessible and bundled as part of the stuff is super useful. Like as I've been doing on stream, as I've had to look up how the build system works, I've literally just gone into the source code of the build system and then just used that to write it. Again, like when was the last time anyone used CMake and when they wanted to figure something out, read the CMake source code? Like never, but I do this all the time in Zig and it's easy. So it's a great language. Well, it's okay. There's like, you could say like the language is great, which is true, but then there's also like the tool chain around the language, and the tool chain around the language is really good. What if Zig wore a wig? I don't know that, but maybe Kagi would know that. What is? No, I shouldn't use an LOM for something as frivolous as that. But Yeah, well, what would happen if Zig wore a wig? Well, the reality of that would be a like a Ziguana, one of the Zig mascots, would have to wear a wig. So, um, um, yeah, it would have to be. You know, I could see this alligator or the Ziguanas wearing a wig. Although the wig would have to be pretty tidy in order to fit in the astronaut helmet, but it's possible. Okay, so now we want to make just a list of the exe list is equal to an unknown number that will be obvious just by looking at it of what's the type? What is add executable itself actually returning? So we can look it up. So this is in 669. So it's returning a step.compile. Okay. Okay, so this should be, we should be able just to say standard dot step dot compile, lowercase. Oh, this is fine. Rainbow triangle. So now we want to just say for exes in the exe list, for each exe, do the following options. So now we can just replace rainbow triangle with exe. Okay, let's try and build this. Standard has no member named step. Okay, that's because it's standard. Why is it? Okay, it is standard.build.step. Okay. And this should work. Let's see, if we spawn the HTTP server, where's our rainbow triangle? Oh, maybe something's gone wrong. Do we need to load it again? The background should not be blue here. I was not expecting this. It may be like a Firefox thing. Okay, it's working, it's fine. It must have been Firefox hiccuping. Okay, back to the build script, build.zig. Yeah, here we should just say like add add ZJB to the exes set entry options. etc. So here we want to do some other ones later on. We know what goes in there. Okay, then I almost want to like stop. You do not want a blue world. I mean, the world is blue, right? 70% of the what's the exact percentage? Percentage of the Earth covered by water. I want to say 70%, but I feel like it's like 60 something, like 68 point something. What is it? Like 60. Let's see, if we search like surface area, maybe that would do it. These are some really cool graphics. Wikipedia editors are really cool. So 97% of all the water on Earth by volume is from the ocean. And of that, the Pacific Ocean is nearly half of all the water on the Earth. That's cool. So that's like, you know, most of the Earth is blue. Most of the world is blue. We would not be alive without hydrogen bond, the hydrogen bonding forces between water molecules, and so yeah. Okay, so now we need to do. Let's see. We now want to like put all of this stuff into a loop. So. So in this part, we're just running the generated JavaScript file on each of the binaries. Well, actually, this part we're gonna have to like refer to what we did in the old build file for this. Generate. So did we just call run artifact several times? In which case, how did we distinguish between the two? So I don't think we need to be calling this twice then. Is it rather... Wait, what? Okay, no. It's the add argument arg. This is the fractal here. This is the important part where we want to run it on it, I think. We should actually look at what the build script does. If we go to the, it should be in the cache. If we go to documents, what's the name of it? Zig, web, gl, WASM. Why did I call this thing such a long name? Examples.exe. Hopefully I can just look that up. Where is it? No, we do it in here. So in the Z cache, you look at 0AA here. Error bag arguments. Say I pass in like, okay. We could look into the documentation of what this is doing. I kind of just want it to work because I'm getting tired and want to eat lunch. Yeah, well, like attaching it to the exe. So I think we can actually put this inside a loop as well. So, yeah, so we're saying we have this generate ESC run artifact that we've obtained from the dependency. So we want to call one of the output file args. Not totally clear what this line is doing. Like, what's the difference between add arg and add artifact arg? Maybe we should just look this up. Add artifact arg. 187 in build step. What? Oh, it's in run. Okay, not immediately listed. What does it do? Let's just look up add arg. Again, no, not even a comment. Okay, but it is here. Okay, it's appending a bunch of bytes to argv. Okay. That was what we expected. That one did. But again, what's this artifact version doing? Okay, maybe it's just like distinguishing between the thing to add to like if this is an exe generated by a dependency, you're referencing it as an artifact. It's saying like add, like maybe this is adding like the runtime arguments to do different places. It seems like it depends on path to exe, right? Maybe like I mean, okay, clearly like b.do arg is like with an allocator, like bytes are being assigned somewhere, like it's doing string stuff. Depends a path to exe. Maybe that's what it's doing. I think I'm being silly in that there's an easier way to, there's potentially an easier way to determine this, which is just to look at what's in zig.out. Okay. So, okay, it's, okay, nothing is like capital ZJB. We'll just try and modify this and see how we go. So we'll iterate through the exe list again, but this time we want to do constant. Do we need to reference the extract? We do. Okay, so we can say run artifact is equal to b.add run artifact ZJB dot generate JS. Then add output file arg. Do we use this out at all? We kind of do. For installing the file. But why are we calling this like two separate things? That to me is not clear. It's like add artifact arg. Yeah. Anyway. So we'll do this, and then given we're like adding this JS class to it, I just will say run artifact dot add arg ZJB. Unclear what that does. Run artifact add artifact arg. So here is where we want to use the exe instead. And then finally this extract. Okay, so let's comment this stuff out. Yeah, I think like the aim, right, is somehow ZJB needs to generate these files. It needs to generate this stuff. Clearly Zig outputs I mean, Zig outputs all of this in the build system, but the main thing Zig's doing is compiling the WASM, and then it's like copying in. I think this like add install directory is like copying in all the files within static into here. I think the stuff it copies in is the style, like clearly copies in the style, the script, and then the index, and so it's this ZJB extract is generated, but it's still unclear to me why there's like two, if it's being referenced here twice, like is one of them redundant, is one of them just the name of what it is in the dependency? I guess like ZJB is here, but then it's like capitalized here. I guess we can search for it within here. ZJB dot ZJB. Yeah. But yeah, in summary, yeah, the main goal is just to generate this extract file, and I think it's generated by running an exe on something, presumably on like the main.zig, but I don't know. You said, yeah, I found the Zig build system makes you repeat the string a little too much. Yeah, I think probably once I clean all of these examples up, it would be very beneficial for me to figure out exactly how this is working and what's going on. But we'll do it in stages. I'm already learning a lot going through the tidying up. Well, in some sense, like tidying up the build script. In at least my project, and I'll learn more with subsequent tidies. Okay, so I think we're nearly done here. So okay, what's going to happen with this one here though? I think we do call some of these a bit later, in which case we'll need to store them in an array. Okay, so this extract rainbow triangle is just it can stay within the loop, but this extract rainbow triangle out does get called, so we need to save this. What actually is it as well? What is the type of add output file arg? It's in the run at 202. Okay, here's some documentation. Provides a file path as a command line argument to the command being run. Okay, yeah. Yeah, returns a lazy path, which can be used in other APIs. So, I'm still not like seeing how this is. I'm still failing to see like the overall logic of what's happening, and how this stuff is expressing the logic. Like in my mind, it's just like an exe is generated, it gets run on some of the Zig code, then this like JavaScript file is produced, but I don't see how, like I don't know which of these correspond to which steps in that. Like I can see, I know the first one is like, if you're building this, run the exe, okay, but then this other stuff not so much. And even this step where it's like, okay, well, like we want to like pass to like the exe the file to like run this on, or like we're telling the exe produce this JavaScript, like produce the save the JavaScript to like a text file, and and like the path of the text file to put it is that. I do understand that part, but yeah, the rest of it not so much. So the out is really a path then, so you kind of want to like save that path. Then why are we installing the file there? So this should be called like run. Like run path arg. But it's like specific to the example, since since we want to be putting this in different places. But actually, if it's the same ZJB extract, maybe it's okay. Okay, yeah, if it is, okay. Okay, let's. So we want to search ZJ. What are all the instances of ZJB extract.js appearing? So it's appearing in the cache a couple of times, but otherwise it's just in the out. We'll just make something called like unknown paths. Or like possibly. And then we'll say like figure out like we want this to be the exe list dot length, and these are, well, standard dot build dot lazy paths. So then we just want to set these kind of say what these are, possibly paths I is equal to this thing. Okay, and then down here we like want to I'm getting so tired of this. But I'm only tired because I'm like not understanding what it's doing at this stage. I'm not fully understanding what it's doing. Okay, and then finally we want to do these build steps. So we could possibly loop these. What do we depend on? So depend on the exe. Overwrite. Yeah. Okay. We might have to. Unless we want to put all of these directories in like an array, we might just like leave these by hand for the time being. So rainbow triangle step. We'll do the other ones here later, and then yeah, all of this is just saying install it into this place. If someone's building it, then if someone specifically like this is tying like it's adding an edge to the graph there. Okay, and then this one is saying okay, this is where this like extract thing is coming from. So this is what we need to say for the moment. This like possibly path 0 here, and then add in store directory. That is like it should be possible just to like collect all of this like information in like a single struct and then just run something over this, but we'll do it in pieces. Okay, that looks okay, but the tree test will be building it. Okay, expected equals founds, yeah. Okay, we are failing this. Error file not found. So it's trying to run generate JS, and we're not passing it the path. like deeply suspicious of this stuff. What to do here? How much have we changed this file since we last committed it? Like everything was like working up until this point, and then when we started modifying this like extract to run the stuff, crap happened. Okay, let's just save this, and then we'll just do a bunch of undos. So like it should be working at this point. Oh, so much stuff everywhere. Okay, let's remove everything in the zig cache. Come on. Remove zig cache. This is ridiculous. I'm pressing. Okay, the keyboard wasn't accepting the argument. Okay, apparently that's not there. Zig build rain. Because yeah, up until this point, it was kind of clear what we were doing, and then okay, and then the hard stuff appears. Okay. Okay, then if we try and launch the HTTP server again, okay, it's working. So yeah, let's save this. What in the working copy of like why is this like why's that artifact there? No, git ignore. Better. Yeah, simplified part of the build.zig, but I think the problems when we went further. Okay. So what's like? Get rid of these like crappy temporary files. Delete. So yeah, like what on earth is going on here? Like we've already saved like repeating a huge amount of code from all of this stuff alone, but I don't want to then just like repeat this like 5 times throughout the file. So unclear what's happening. Maybe, again, like maybe the old build file can provide some guidance. So all of this stuff you don't need to worry about, but this stuff. Oh, actually, no, we do for this stuff here. Okay, so in this case, like this generate.js was created earlier. Okay, so this, so it's been installed here as an artifact, and here it's being run. So in our build file, yeah, so this is saying, yeah, this line must just say like run it. And then, and yeah, the only reason it's like said jb.artifact is because it's in the dependency. Okay, so then it's this add output file arg. And was this what we looked at before? Oh no, it should be in run. Yeah. To the command being run. So like, how does it know what the command is? Okay, so we're saying, like an exe has been built, run it during the build process. Then you want to like attach to this like build exe object this information that actually run it with something. In this case, it's just like returning the lazy path, and then the build script will figure out how to turn that into an actual path to run with the exe. Okay. Yeah, and then this line, who knows? Who knows what this stuff is doing? Oh, okay, but in either case, again, like neither of these lines are like actually being run on the Zig code that we wrote. So like, how does, it's still unclear how that enters the picture. And there's like, okay, ZJB, again, that's not doing anything. And then finally this like add artifact odd. Maybe we did fn add artifact arg. And again, there's no documentation. So unclear what this is doing. Not returning anything, okay, but it is being attached to a run stab as expected. Artifact dot get emitted dot bin. So get emitted binary. Run.step. And then again, there's like this more like argv, we're appending some stuff onto it. So I guess this is the part where it has to, where it's getting like the source code and then doing it on it. Like I would expect to see like root source file in here somewhere, but it's not. step dependency. Yeah, it's not. This is not clear. And like all of this is just. So again, like if why don't we just keep things in like the same order that they are here? Like here it's, for whatever reason, it was clear what was happening here. So we'll say generate JS.exe equals add the run artifact located in this dependency called generate JS, and then generate JS.exe dot add arg ZJB and artifact arg. Here's where we want the rainbow triangle, and then we want something, a different name, called like extract. And here is where we want to say generate exe, generate JS exe dot add the output file arg ZJB extract.js. So I think we can now comment all of that out. And then yeah, down here we want, even though this is like returning a file path, that, since it is a file path, we should at least make this clear. Standard dot build dot lazy path. Error expected var or const 46. What, like how, like I don't understand why. I feel like I was just renaming things and now it's like file not found. Like what? So confused. Unless it's like the order in which I'm calling these in, but again, I thought that in this build file this actually didn't matter. Maybe it does. Maybe that was the issue. So if we keep them in like the same order that they are here. Okay, that seemed to be the reason. All right. But again, before we actually clear it out, what does it mean? It doesn't like it cannot remove item. Like what? Stupid like PowerShell is so shit. It is so bad. It's so bad. Are you serious? Just like clear it. Windows is such a bad operating system. Can everyone just like make games on Linux and then I can just like transition my gaming PC to Linux and then I don't have to deal with Windows having tantrums like this again? Anyway, there's too many windows open. Let's just like clear everything. Okay. I haven't tried building it with verbose. I've never actually done that before. I feel like it's something I should do. Let's try. So let's first of all see if we can even remove zig out. Apparently we could this time. So we want to do zig, zig build, rainbow, triangle, verbose. Actually, I think I have used verbose before. It's just been a while and I can't remember what is in it. Why is it? Let's clear the cache again. And then build it with verbose this time. So I can see it, like no F3, no entry tags. Yeah. I think we should be able to loop this now. I think it was just the order I was calling things in was rubbish. Oops. So the generated JS paths is going to be equal to the exe list dot length of a standard dot build dot lazy paths. It's undefined. Okay, and now we can loop this. Now we can say for exe list, do all of this stuff. Not like that. Wait, what's happening? Emacs, you're not behaving. You press tab and you just insert stuff everywhere. Yeah, like I'm wondering if I need to call this several times. Like surely something like this could actually be factored out. But then no, because we're like attaching it to it somehow. I wonder if this like goes out of scope. Like I thought like the only thing we need to do from this is to like remember. So store the I here. And then down here, generated JS pods 0. So yeah, the verbose command shows the build exe command. Okay. Why is wait? It already knows what this is. Already knows the type. Unused capture. That is true. It should be the exe. Oh, okay. So now I'm kind of seeing it when I look into it. So now maybe we should just like copy this thing out and look at it. Blah.txt. So what's happening? So it's saying build exe. Really okay. This is like mroot here. It's saying cache directory this thing. Global cache here. Name generate this. Listen here. Okay, there's like the dependency line. And more of these like global and local caches. Okay, so see, I don't know what this mroot is doing. I guess we could just look that up. Zig build exe help. It's been a while since I looked at this. Quite a bit. So yeah, what does this fnote entry do? I think that's the first thing. I kind of have a vague idea in my head. No. Oh, we can even say no val grind. Interesting. So here's the entry stuff. So we're saying, oh, you can even like specify the entry. Override the default entry point symbol name. Okay. So root is exe.root module. Wait, where? I'm not, where on like the verbose output is the root module. Yeah, so the no entry is so that WASM generates a main, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that would make sense. I guess then there's all of this like dependent. Okay, so like clearly the dependency should be like dependency, and the root is just saying like that's the main file to compile. So I guess the build system right has access to this ZJB dependency, but then it's kind of specified here by the looks of it, like .m. Like the .m should specify the stuff. It's probably like further down. Or not. I guess the linking stuff here is not that important, but and there's also like the cache directory as well that I'm not totally sure about. I've used mcpu before. I guess it's interesting you can just per module define the stuff. So I guess like m must be module. So then it's interesting that it is just like equals and then like where the thing is. Yeah. Anyway, this is good to know. This is very good to know. And yeah, m is just like create a module based on the current per module settings. First module is the main module. Standard can be configured by emitting source. After an m argument, per module settings are reset. So I kind of want to just like see how this differs in like the sliding puzzle example. So if we do zig build verbose in this, we should just see like the different modules. Whoa, so much output. But yeah, like module zglfw is equal to that, and the OpenGL module is kind of there, and oh, okay, there's a lot of other tags and stuff being used. The root. Okay. Omisa context.c and vulkan.c. Okay, a lot of stuff. Okay, in either case, it seemed to compile, right? I thought it had. Wait, what? Alright, it should be rainbow triangle. Okay, so then if that's all working, are we almost done? Like, what is, okay, I feel like I'm just gonna like forever forget what these things are unless these get annotated. Add artifact. Okay, add artifact. We can even just state that the documentation is empty on it. Currently no documentation in run.zig as to what this does. Fn add arg, same thing. This one did though. Add output file arg, here it is. So this was like this thing. Appends an argument file to the command line arguments prepended with this. This is not, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Add output file arg. That's what happens when you search without fn. Add output. I desperately need food. My brain is just failing. Output. Okay. Put this in quotes. Okay, and then finally add run art. Like, we kind of know what the run artifact does. Maybe we should look it up anyway. Oh, maybe it's not here. Add run. Yeah, it doesn't seem. Maybe it's in build. Creates a step run executor with an executable build. Okay. Okay, at least now we won't have to look this stuff up again. Unless this stuff has actually been documented in Zig 14, which is very close to being released. As in, it's like 1 day away from being released. Like possibly. So let's see, if we're going to build, oh no, run isn't even in here anymore. Uh-oh. Have the names of these completely changed? No, it's still in here. Oops. No, that one still doesn't have documentation, and ADARC doesn't have documentation either. Oh well, we tried. We tried looking them up. And this was in the current version in 0.14.0 dev 330 about. Okay. Okay, so now okay, so let's put this in a loop and then we're done. We could just like make an array, possibly, of these different steps. And we could say, so everything here depends on them. See, what else? So I reckon we should also make an array for these dirs. And say build output dirs is equal to an unknown. Come on. Standard dot build dot install dir and I guess we can actually just copy this stuff. Likewise, this rainbow triangle here is just in the exe list, so we have to factor that out. Then what else? Here's another output. Oh, we've got a path here. I guess this is a bit. There's probably some way to do this within lazy path. That's like find within like a lazy path, like the subdirectory that's this somehow. this, we could just output does 0, or we could just make another array with this. Kind of feeling we should do that instead. So we can here say like static static website does make this there's going to be standard.build.lazy path. And do I need to depend on that run artifact somewhere? Maybe. Okay. Static website 0. Okay. Let's see if we do zig build rainbow. Uh-oh. Okay. Expected options found in store build directory. 71. Oops. So So it's like a different type? I guess it has to be. What used to be here? Okay, so it's complaining that this thing is not it's not step install artifact options dir. So it used to be .override equals this. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, we want to replace that just with override equals the thing. Okay. Installed it. Well. Wait, no, now I've got lost. I've got lost. So the line that's failing is the one where we're saying depend on. What is this line even doing? saying for the build step for this example, depend on installing the artifact. So yeah, currently failing. Okay, previously this was the override. Okay. Override is equal to the output does. Why is that expecting an initializer? Yeah, I was trying to find someone with an eye for web graphics to take a peek at my portfolio site. I do not have an eye for web graphics. I'm trying to port an existing thing to the web, but I'm sorry I cannot help you there. Gosh, I should just like take a break and come back to this, but I want to just get to the end. Why is this failing? I thought this is what we had to do. Oh, I spelled override incorrectly. Because of course it was a typo. Okay, I think that worked. Let's launch the server. Okay, seems to be okay. Let's just save it. Let's add everything. Okay, we don't want to like add this blah file. Oops. Yeah, continued. Okay. So now we should be able to actually put this in a loop. So we can say, so we've got all of these steps. Now we can say build steps is equal to, oh wait, I don't think the Zig compiler will know the type. Might need to look it up. Step. What is the return type? It's just to point it to a step, okay. Are you going to try Ghosty if it ever comes to Windows? I will immediately switch to Ghosty if it comes to Windows. I hate PowerShell. It sucks so much. On my laptop that I'm using to do Boast development, I just have Linux, I have Ghosty. It's incredible. Mitchell Hashimoto and a beta of like 1,000 people could create in 2 years what the Windows devs have been unable to create for decades. Like Ghosty is the way to go. Yeah. Ghosty is so good. Anyway, The time will come. Most of the day I am using Ghosty. It's only when I'm streaming that I'm using PowerShell. I hate it. Okay. So standard.build.step. So here we want to have rainbow triangle step. Okay, so now I can say everything here is just looping over these steps. Okay, so I can say for in these build, I guess in these build steps for this step, and I think we can iterate over a couple of arrays here. If we also want to iterate over the static website, the output does, and the static website does. Step I and J. Oh. No. Output static website I think that's it. Then we want to say step dot depend on add install artifact. Oh, we also need the exe list too. List. Well, exe. Then we're doing the destination directory is equal to override with 2 R's the output yeah, it's so good on Linux. It's yeah, it's the future. What's happening here with the parentheses? Dot step, okay. And then we're doing step dot depend on add install file with directory generated JS paths. I guess this is another thing we want to remember. Generated JS paths. Output directory. Maybe just JS path. JS path, the output directory, then ZJB extract.js step. Okay, that's that part done. Then one final step, step dot depend on b dot add install directory, and this is going to be step source directory is equal to static website then insert the install directory in the output and then dot in this line. Okay. Let's see if this works. What does it want? What's this override line is just causing me so much pain. It's like a different variation of pain every time. What? Is it like dot? What now? I'm like missing a bracket somewhere. Why does Emacs keep on doing that? Like pressing tab should not do that. Oh my goodness. It's failing at the end of the file, right? Yeah. Oh, I think we just need to have like another bracket in there. Okay. Unable to infer array size. Why? Okay. Well, wait, how not? It has like a single element in here. What? Do I literally just have to say it's 1? Root structure standard has no member named build. Oh, it's build, it's not build. Okay. That explains it. Okay, but even with it, it's a 1. No field instruct install artifact options. Really. What used to be here? So. So it's failing which line? It's failing this line. And yeah, what did we have before? Oh, it's another bloody typo. This is so annoying. This is like the only time that I'm like thinking I should be using like an LSP. Like that would have caught this stuff. But this is like the first time in like an entire year of Zig development that I'm like having to do this. Anyway. No. Assuming the LSP works on, yeah, it surely works on the build file. No field or member function named dep undon in build.step. Okay, seems to have compiled. There's only one way to find out. Let's just clear the cache again. Clear the cache, remove everything from Zig out, and build it again. I am so looking forward, like, it's still going to be like another release cycle between the x80 before the x86 and 64 backend is on Windows, but I am so looking forward to not seeing the phrase LLVM emit object and compile times being 4 times faster. Python http://severance server. Okay. Let's just clear the cache and try them. Nope, not what I wanted. We want to go into rainbow triangle monster server from here. Okay. Fantastic. It's building. It's successfully built. Why is like tab doing that? It's not cool. Not cool at all. Yeah, like that's. I guess this must be a bug with Zig format. Right, like if I press, yeah, like what? So weird. I reckon even this thing can be reduced. I need to have this on separate lines. Have this loop. Output with the output direct, like override the output directory with when we specify. Put the JS path in that, and then copy the static website directory into. Like, what is the logic here still doing? It's just copying stuff, but it's saying. Yeah, copy the static website directory into the output directory, and whatever the subdirectory is doing, who knows. Okay, finally, okay, we will now be able to add to the exe list and everything else, and not have to copy paste everything. Okay. Git add finish cleaning up for the moment. The the build.zig file will be easily able to add, to sanely add, or to add further examples going on. Okay. All right, I'm gonna get something to eat, and then probably I should probably do some of my main work. But I might stream later tonight. We'll see. Oh gosh, it takes. I just have to remind myself, like, for as painful as this was, we were actually able to figure it out, without having to look up anything on the internet, by just reading the source code. There wasn't any weird programming language going on in this build file. So at the end of the day, it's better than CMake. It's fine. So, and it's way more powerful. Way more powerful. So, yeah, so thanks everyone for coming along. Eventually on this streaming series, we'll get to the stage where the sliding puzzle we made in February, this thing here, will be on itch.io. We've kind of we've made significant strides to getting there. Like we've already got like a static website as this fractal rendering on there. If we can do that for that, we will be able to get it for this one as well, eventually. But for now, we're taking up the side quest of cleaning up stuff. But yeah, thanks so much again, Two Step, for coming along. Yeah, like I remember very fondly how much you helped me out when I was first learning Zig, and didn't expect that I would be doing as much game development as I am now back then, but I am, and I'm having a great time. So yeah, catch everyone later. Bye.